Alrighty. I suppose we should start. What I'm doing today, we are starting with a blank canvas. Because we need to reassess what the game is, because its development has taken a long time and not been very productive. Been going back and forth on different things. Scope has been expanding and contracting. Let's see, has it been... Let's go here. Writing. So I have a design document here that I started. Is this the thing that I made? No, this isn't the thing that I made. Where's the thing that I made? Design? Design doc? Okay, so I started two separate design docs. One was good, one was lousy. But okay, so the core ideas. A non-linear hub and spokes narrative that lends itself to an open world. Oh wait, hang on. We don't need the chat on that window. So basically, a lot of open world games have this problem where if you care about the story, you're incentivized to beeline through the game following this like main quest line. Where if you want to explore, you have to put aside the main quest because, you know, it has some sort of urgency that's actually artificial. So if you call its bluff, you basically like worsen the story for yourself. And so the game and the story should synergize. So yeah, the change here that I was thinking about is, how do I integrate the medium into this? What is the actual flow? Because, for those who don't know, the basic plot of the game is, you are a woman named Jackie. I wonder if I can start bringing in things. Because I'm going to make this as sort of like a mood board. But you are Jackie, you want to learn about your mother. And that means you're going to go around and you're going to meet people who knew your mom, and then you're going to come back to something called the medium, which is an AI that will then use Jackie's memories. Wait a second. Where's my Jackie? This is good enough. So that's what Jackie... That's Jackie, basically. Oh, here's my Jackie. Here's my actual Jackie that I want. See, this is real Jackie. This is fake Jackie. You know, this is the haha funny Jackie. But okay. So, I think that is an idea, to change the medium to be the center of the game world, or to have fast travel, or even to make the game literally a hub and spokes, where, like, it's a series of isolated levels that are attached to each other, which would be a shame, because I do really like the, I really like having an open world, but it's also, like, not really worked well. So I'd basically either have to really commit to an open world or really not commit. And I'll discuss that later, the problem of that. But also, using items to unlock new dialogue. So thinking about ways that I've been unsatisfied by other open world games, there's a frequent moment in various games where, like, you literally pick up an item that tells you some plot revelation, but then you can't actually tell any characters, and there's no dialogue about it. So I wanted to solve this problem by, like, I should say also, I've had the opposite happen where, like, I didn't realize I picked up something significant, and then I get new dialogue, and I'm like, what does this mean? When did I discover the plot? How does my character know this? So what I want is the ability to use items to unlock new dialogue. Basically to make it so the player has to have some awareness of what they're picking, or like some awareness of how things are connected to make these or to get this dialogue. And I really like how the dialogue has sort of become very free-flowing in the game that I've designed up to this point. Especially because I added journal notes instead of just items, so all the events in the journal can then become items the player uses in dialogue to ask about that specific event or person or things like that. And that creates this very natural flow to dialogue. And it creates ample opportunity for me to, like, add tons of detail that the player doesn't need to see. But that does create the problem of... now I have too much dialogue. It takes me ages to write any dialogue because there's so many branches and so many variations based on what you know. That is very difficult. And then 3D platforming plus adventure game. I've always thought this would be a good idea of, like, you know, you have this sort of point-and-click adventure style where you use the items and now you use the journal notes. But in between that, you have the platforming. And I think I want to emphasize that more. I think the big change here... structure... so I think, more vertical levels. Actually, I should say that here. Cool environments. More places to climb and jump. Well, no, what else do I say? I think more proper levels. Because I had fun with the one level that I have that's, like an environment. Though, admittedly, one of the big problems with it is that it has no vibe. And that's another thing that I need to talk about soon. And then the last point, the last pillar of the design that has come down to me was that Jak 3 could have done more with its game mechanics. So Jak 3 was a game that was a 3D platform with all sorts of cool tools. Like, you had a gun that turned off gravity in a radius around you. You had a power to slow down time. You had this sort of, like, weird ring shot that could give you a little bit of an extra boost when you jumped. The problem was, it didn't do anything with these mechanics. Like, it didn't build on them, and it didn't create challenges around them. And so basically, I took, like, 4 of the most interesting ones, and have made those your moveset. Like, time stop, gravity gun, ring shot, and then you get the pistol. And I think those are a good setup. And I think the mechanics aren't too bad. It's just that I keep changing things. So yeah, the current problems that I've discussed before are that the structure of the game currently does not lend itself to the medium. Also, the medium isn't reactive enough. And I don't have the things you learn about your mother. And yeah, and then there's tech debt, which is basically, there's so many things that basically don't work and constantly break. So, like, NPCs are almost always broken. So other mechanics can break very easily, and yeah, I probably should not have built all of this on GD script, which is like this ever-changing sand that I've built my house on. And then there's dialogue that I just write too much dialogue. Prototype is boring. I think this is basically the same thing here, of just, I skip dialogue when playtesting because I don't want to read it. And then vestigial mechanics. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I want any combat at all in this game anymore. Which is funny, because 2 of the 4 face buttons are for combat. Hmm. And yeah, I just don't know what I want there. And then also, now what I'm faced with is, so I should either reduce scope or get help. And also, I'm tempted to build a custom code system. Basically, I have this whole, like, native project that I'm doing within this. Is this the right thing? Yeah. What the heck is this? Oh, this is my save that I accidentally... Hang on. That shouldn't be there, because that was just a save that I accidentally wrote to the resource folder. Because yeah, it was called Before Accused, because basically there's a quest where you can make an accusation to a person after, like, after a murder. And so I saved it there. But yeah, I have this whole native code that I've started making. And I'm already wondering, like, should I go even further and just, like, basically have one node in Godot and just start from scratch completely? From at least a technical standpoint? Because I could reuse most of the design, all the dialogue, stuff like that. But just re-implement all of it in, like, a very thoroughly tested area. Because I'll go through my logic. My other game, Kitty Found a Camera, has been going very well. Let's bring in Kitty here. Like, it's a smaller game, but I'm pretty sure I now have more usable mechanics in, or like more content that is accessible and complete in Kitty Found a Camera than I've ever had in At the Ends of Eras, despite At the Ends of Eras having, like, 7 times as much development time, 3.5 years versus, well, 5, basically. Or 5 months, I should say, not 5 years. And there's a few reasons that I think that's the case. So why has Kitty eaten our lunch? So I think part of it is I make something, it works, and I use it. So I'll give an example. Placers. In the game, so let's actually bring up Kitty Found a Camera. I'm hesitant to bring up At the Ends of Eras at any point, because as I've mentioned before, it regularly crashes OBS, and last time it, like, crashed the hard drive, and made the hard drive inaccessible for multiple days. So I don't want to destroy my new hard drive. But in At the Ends of Eras, it's been a nightmare getting NPCs to do anything, go anywhere. There's all sorts of bugs with them. However, in Kitty Found a Camera, I just have a thing called a placer. And it just moves the NPC to the place where I want them to be, and it has worked consistently since I created it. And it's been a very easy system to not only use, but to extend, because if we go to Placer... which Placer is this? Thank you, Godot, for scrolling me all the way down to the bottom. And not, like... oh, well, whatever. We basically just need to go to People anyway. Yeah. So he has a thing called a Placer. Basically, this means that there's this stat here, So when this stat is updated, he moves to this point. So it's super easy to add more, because I can just add a new placer pair. So like for Linda, for example, she has a whole bunch of things, and it's very easy to just add another one. And I also have ones that are like, I can have multiple stats that are triggered or required before the character moves to a new point, and they're in a fixed order. So it's quite easy to, because basically this is like a priority. It chooses the last one that is valid. And so there's very easy logic, very easy to use, very easy to build on. And I could, theoretically, put in things like nav mesh navigation on top of this, because this just has the core logic of, like, where should the NPC go? Though, of course, nav meshes are part of the reason that it's been so hard to actually use at the ends of eras, because they're very unreliable in Godot. But so I built a system and it worked. And that's kind of been how Kitty Found a Camera has come together. Like, I just build a little system, and then I use it, and it works. Instead of, like, at the ends of eras, I build a system, and then it never fucking works. And I'm always changing it, and I'm always spending more and more time on the system. Like, because if you go through all of my streams, there's been hours and hours and hours of streaming where it's just trying to figure out navigation. And then, the next time I do anything, I immediately break that system. So I think, even if I don't reduce scope, what I should do is I should really figure out... So placers versus... Let's say, Kitty Found a Camera's... I did not realize... Hang on. Let's put that there so I'm not confused in the future. Versus EOE's mess of an NPC system. So I think what it should be is, if it's more complicated, firmly establish the system I'll use, and then use it. And that's part of why I'd like to make a, why I'd like to make more in native code. Because the nice part about this native code is that, one, it's going to stay basically the same for a very long time. Like, because this language, even though this is not as stable as, like, a C++, because it's D, which is a kind of weird language, it's still much more stable than GD script, because it's not meant to change. Like, it's meant to be backwards and forwards compatible. However, making my own stuff from scratch, I don't know if I could actually mentally handle that. Actually, I'll start that as well. Because basically, I'm going to call it an engine, but really it's more like just native code that is built into Godot. Because I'm not going to bother switching engines or anything like that. But yeah, it makes something. So I just have a system that works. But then also, I know the structure of the game. Even before I made the game, I knew what the structure was going to be. Because it was in my mind... basically an adventure game like the game Smile for Me, which is basically like you do little tasks for people, and then you get some item that then helps you solve a different task for a different person, and it sort of snowballs from there. And so you regularly have these, I can use this to solve this problem over here. You know, it's basically just one big flowchart. And I think, actually, there's two different things that happened here. I knew the structure of the game before I made it. But also, the structure of the game is numerous small, mostly independent pieces. Because I can have a character, like, for example, the character Madame Blue, her quest is entirely independent of everyone else's, because all she wants you to do is find out who's eating her pepper garden. And that involves staying out and looking at her pepper garden until a zombie comes by and eats her peppers at like 2 in the morning. And that's the quest. But then, from that quest, you get an item that protects you from bears. And so once you have the bear protected, and you do another quest to like the maximum extent that you could do before, a bear moves into the house, and then you can do more quests. And then you can do more of this quest because of the events of that. But I could just remove that part. Like, I didn't design it with that requirement until I had the quest implemented, basically. And that's what I mean of, like, this quest did not need Madame Blue's quest until I already had Madame Blue's quest. Then I could just trivially add a requirement that the bear has to have, like, your protection for it to move into here. Or, like, you could have just, like, there's a video game in here that you need to rent for another quest, so you have to do a quest for this guy. I could have just not had that if it wasn't done yet. And I could just remove each of these little pieces, so I think that's a good thing. Because in At the Ends of Eras, the game is basically structured as 8 gigantic quests, but I haven't structured them like this. Or I haven't structured them into little pieces like this, so that basically the entire quest has to be done before any of it works. And that's what it is. It's built from manageable pieces. So, Kitty's character quest versus End of Era's major quests. So basically, the major quests are too large for me to make in a manageable amount of time. Basically, they should be made from pieces that I can, like, cut or make or shift around. I can think about independently, I'd say. Actually, that's the main thing, of, like, being able to think about each piece in isolation and then bring them together. And then I think I should expand on knowing the structure of the game before I made it, because I think here what I should say is, again, like, how do I, what am I trying to say? Yeah, how do I bring the medium into this in a convenient way? Because I have things like, when you go to sleep in the game, it, brings you to the dream where you can talk to the medium. So is that something that should be an integral part of the structure of the game? Should I make sleeping? Because, yeah, what I'm imagining here is, every quest gives you a place to sleep. Idea. Every major quest. So basically, like, you know, somebody lets you into their house to, you know, lend a bed, something like that. And that way, the player's like, oh, I should sleep here, because sleeping gets me to the medium, And this way I can talk to them while I'm doing the quest. Okay, that seems like a good idea. And I think here, what I'd want is maybe... structure... quests like Kitty's quest. At least some of them. I don't want every quest to be like this, because it'd be kind of exhausting to play a game like this 8 times back to back. And I think also, here, the other obvious thing is this game is just way smaller. Like, it has like 8 buildings. Well, more like, yeah, whatever. You know, it's just one tiny stretch of road. The game is barely like 500 meters wide, probably not even, like maybe from the largest points. And that gave me a lot of opportunity to just, like, have it done. So, like, finite scope. So, like, I made the area, and it was done. I put down... all the houses, and that was done. I made all the characters. So I think for this, ideas that I could have. Make all the areas, like... I don't need a question mark. These are ideas. So design all the areas, design all the characters, figure out all my quests before I begin work again. Because admittedly, for Kitty Found a Camera, it's not quite like that. Like, I did have, you know, I was adding characters while I was making quests in this area specifically. But it was pretty early on where I knew all of the characters that I wanted to have. Even before I'd, like, really developed this area, for example, in these quests. And I think that has helped it, like, really fall into place now, because I'm like, okay, and then we finally implement the quest for this guy, which is what I did yesterday. Because this guy's been in here for, like, months before I actually did the quest for him, but I knew what I wanted from him pretty quickly, because I'd been thinking about him. And I think that helped a lot as well, of just, letting things sit before I start working. So, like, I designed the characters, then held off on their quests until I knew what I wanted. Or until it was time to do that. And yeah, that sort of lends itself to getting that. And also I'd say, as well, another thing that's really been helping me with this quest is I know the setting. Because in At the Ends of Eras, it's been inspired by a Middle East, specifically like Afghan or Iranian like setting. The problem is, I'm not really familiar with those places because I've never been there. So like, a setting I know about. I guess I'll say write what you know. So like, Kitty is from lived experience. And popular American media. So I think my ideas here are... I actually got quite a lot out of watching like half of one Iranian movie when I did that. So I think It's a lot easier to get access to Iranian media than Afghan media, because Afghanistan's a much smaller, much less wealthy country, so they don't really have as much media, but I guess I should say that. Or let's say Middle Eastern media. And then just regular general research. So, an idea that I've been thinking of is like, what if I just made like an honest-to-God, like 5-page essay before each quest of like, here are the relevant topics that I want to figure out about this setting before I start making things. And so that way it's like, I have a clear idea of what I should do with the setting and with whatever topic I find interesting before I actually have to do it. Because I think, like, making the game should be the easy part. And also, another thing that I want here is inject more surrealism and humor. Because I like having weird elements to the setting, you know, because this isn't all lived experience. I didn't have like a giant rat underneath the sewers that I was talking to or something like that. Hard to get these guys. Ah well, there's a big rat down there. So yeah, but yeah, I do think this idea of like, because this idea of making the game should be the easy part came from, in music, it's often said that performing should be the easy part. Because you should be doing practice that's harder than the performance. And I think, for me, that sort of practice would be like, probably writing actual non-fiction about the settings that I want to know more about. You know, like actual things where I want to take the truth of it seriously, so then when I come back to the game, it's like, oh, well, I can just fudge details all I want. What are the other things? I think humor. I just like writing humor more. Also, activities. So one of the things I've been adding to Kitty Found a Camera are little mechanics that I've been calling activities, because they're not really like, I guess I'd go into here, like humor versus drama, toy versus, narrative. So yeah, I just like writing funny things, and also I like making activity / toy mechanics. I guess those would be what I'd call them. Where they're basically just things you can do. I described it before as like, you push a button and something funny happens. Like how when you get a soda, it just plays a funny animation and that's it. And I think, let's get this here, core ideas. Let's put that as a subtopic of this. So yeah, with all of this said, my main debate for the start of this is whether I should start from scratch or not start from scratch. Because yeah, I not only have this native project here, I have another native project that I made where it's literally just everything is going to be in one node from the very beginning, and I don't have any GD script that I need to integrate with. Which actually does save a lot of complexity. The big problem is, I would then need to make everything from scratch. So I think those are my two options. Start from scratch in a native project, or make some native as I need the performance. Because yeah, I've been having these performance problems for a while, and I think it will be improved by, like, going past Godot's node system and things like that. So let's say pros of gradual work. So things work immediately. Can still see the game. Probably only changing things when I need them. No reinventing the wheel. So it's probably going to be faster to make the game. Probably. Unless there's like 8 bugs that I can't figure out. But then pros of rewrites. Basically, upfront better performance. So better type checking. Or more reliable systems. Let's see, reconsider element for a more unified design. Have something better, or that's probably more useful for following games. I think what I could do is give myself, because I do like the idea of a rewrite, because basically what I envision is like, something like Bethesda's creation kits, where I just have tools that are very specialized for the type of game that I want to make. Though, of course, the issue is, I should figure out what kind of game I want to make before then. So I think my action plan is to clearly establish the systems I want. Detail. If I still want to make the engine, oh yeah, I should say also, here, one of the big pros is much less Godot to native boilerplate. Because like a massive portion of the code here is actually going to be just converting between like my save variant and Godot's variants and things like that. But yeah, so much less Godot native boilerplate. But yeah, I need to really think about the technical systems that I want. Like, how do NPCs behave? Like, if an NPC has a schedule and it's part of a quest, and the player starts talking to the NPC, where do they, like, what do they do? You know, what takes priority? What happens when you stop talking to them? What happens if the schedule changes while you're talking to them? What happens if the quest changes while you're talking to them and the schedule changes shortly after, or something like that? Like, I should enumerate as many different edge cases that I've regularly had problems with before, and then things like quests as well, of like, well, I think really those are the two main things, of NPCs and quests. I guess cutscenes as well, but those are kind of like basically only complicated because they require NPCs to move in specific places. Yeah, if I still want to make a rewrite then, give myself a short deadline to make something, or to prototype. And then consider how long it would take. So basically, I might give myself, like, a month to make a prototype of, like, the native form of the game. And then it's like, okay, how many of the systems have I been able to implement in that time? How many tools will I need to do that in the future? And things like that. So I guess I'll also say build tools specialized for... So what are the major systems? I'd say, actually, there's a few ones. There's the chunk system. So just like load, unload, pause, unpause, hide, show. There's basically like 3 different things to consider when we like are approaching terrain, or like approaching some new area, which are, what assets are loaded, what assets are running scripts, and what things are visible. And so, should we use nodes? Or like a quad tree? So like, if I'm going all native, what I would do is basically have all of the assets in some sort of quad tree, where basically as you walk toward it, it would load progressively more and more detailed versions of it, and then like selectively hide them. So like, you know, there's like one chunk that represents half the entire world, and then you get a little closer, and that splits into like 4 chunks. And then you get a little closer, one of those chunks that you're closest to splits into 4 more, down and down and down, until it's loading individual little elements from the tree, or like, you know, some small set of elements that it can load immediately. And then the quests. Basically, what I want is clear statuses, or like... Yeah, I want quests to have a lot more of a easy-to-use system, because right now they're very messy. They have to juggle a lot of global state for me to figure out what's happening, because they basically just set flags directly in the save system, which I don't think I want anymore. I want it to be like the quest just has all of its variables with it, and then I can, you know, save that the same way. But then I can easily figure out, like, what variables are associated with a quest. So, like, define variables with the quest rather than putting everything in the global save space. Let's say, easy to figure out what state the quest is in. And what conditions need to be met for the next state. Flowcharts? Like, what if I actually make it as a graph of, like, you know, this status has, like, 2 potential branches of, like, you know, you can either do this thing or you can do this thing. And then that gets you into this new state. So any place where we have question marks, I should actually answer those. I'll say... Could be fun, but I'd prefer it to be regular code. So yeah, I started doing this, so if we go back to @the ends of errors code, if we go to management, there should be a quest script. Oh wait, no, it's in quests. Yeah. And I didn't even use this quest system for my latest quest, which was what was it again? In Another Life, the murder mystery. But yeah, so we have this whole thing about quests. And it's really useful. But it's not quite enough, and it's not quite structured enough. Like, the fact that I have quests that don't use this system speaks to the fact that it's not necessary, or that it's not doing enough for me to make it worthwhile. So yeah, why do I not use quest system? Because I think it's easier, or the API designed for it. Like, create task. And others. Because yeah, I literally have a thing called... In fact, I've ironically done that with the journal. Like, because if we go to management, go to journal, I actually created a different API within the journal, which has these tasks. So that has like create task, introduce task, complete task, and all of this stuff. And really what I should do here is I think the tasks need more, basically here, we should have this be like a task object, basically. Or a quest object. So we should, like, put the quest in the journal. The journal should handle quest objects. And then the quest should handle... So yeah, let's put this as, like, the journal should handle quest objects. Handle moving NPCs, spawning NPCs. I guess that's the same thing. NPCs, marking NPCs as followers. Cutscenes. Conditions for each stage of a quest. Completion criteria. So yeah, this should all be handled by the quest itself, where right now it's actually handled by the dialogue. Like, just whatever individual dialogue or whatever individual person I'm talking to will have the code for, like, the quest. So if we go to, for example, dialogue, quest major, in another life, if we go to, like, the peacekeeper, I'm pretty sure we have, like, yeah, we have, like, the arrest here. And that completes the task. It does all the logic for this, because then we have to, like, do, yeah, context.arrest. So this context system as well. I think this context should be actually, a quest. Like, it should say, I don't know, quests that arrest this person. So, like, quest-specific actions. context and events. So in the 2D version, I use context nearly everything. However, this doesn't exist in 3D. So basically, anytime that I have context.this, this basically means I'm calling a function on the current scene in 2D. Because in 2D, every screen is its own scene, and it can have its own functions. That's a problem because in 3D, I don't even know if the current screen is loaded. We don't know where the NPC is. I mean, we can check with, within XYZ, but then it's hard to get a function on the context, and it might, the player might walk away and unload the context as the NPC's doing something. So what we should do instead is, I think, replace context with an event bus, or actually replace context with the quests and an event bus. And so the event bus would be something like, basically, event dot publish event string, and event dot subscribe event string arguments. Actually, we should probably have some sort of arguments here. And then event.subscribe. This would actually be like the listener. Basically, what I want is something like Godot's event system, except I don't have to manually connect the objects together. Basically, an object would subscribe to an event of a particular type with a listener. And then anytime anything publishes an event of that type with some arguments, we would just call this function, this listener, with these arguments. So, for example, in that place where we did, context.arrest, this would be turned into event.publish. Arrest person. Actually, ideally I could just use variadic arguments, but I don't think that's possible in... Well, if I make the event hub native, I'll say that's what I do. So yeah, we would just publish an event with particular arguments, and then event publish arrest person. And that means that, when a scene, or when the relevant scene is loaded / unloaded, or when the relevant listener so yeah, it subscribes to the events that it wants. So basically this means that anytime we publish an event, any subscribers that are loaded will listen to it, and we don't have to worry about what's happening to the ones that are unloaded. Because hopefully I'll have some way of keeping track of oh, well, this person was arrested. Because it would be an issue if the subscriber had to do something. But okay. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, I also got some tea. But yeah, context and events. I think this event bus is going to be a good system. Because I'd have to just make sure that anything that needs like permanent effects or global effects would be handled by a quest or like an NPC or something. But then anything that's like contextual, like animations or visuals, audio, stuff like that, it's just an event that can be listened to. Because, you know, if things know that if a scene knows that, like, its neighbor's going to be loaded in, then it can, like, just directly communicate. But otherwise, it should be using the event bus. So when an event a relevant object is loaded, it subscribes to the event. I think a challenge here might be multi-threading. Actually, I should put that in... Oh, we haven't actually done the NPCs yet. Before we do that, let's put up here the terrain. I have I have a debate in my head as to basically whether I should do a mesh or height map. So like pros of height map are easier to edit, more performant, easier, or yeah, let's say, I mean, I guess just more performant by literally all metrics. Lower RAM usage, lower GPU usage because I can use instance rendering with little tiles, lower CPU usage because we don't have to have the collision, or like the collision is less complicated. Pros of meshes. I already have a mesh. And also, I don't have to make a new editor. However, this mesh does need to be broken up into pieces because I need the LOD system for it. So, like, easier to make LOD. Because we just resample the height map at different textures, where, like, before my old terrain, it was a nightmare to do things with. But yeah, I think basically what I would do... I'm leaning toward the height map, since we actually do need to make significant changes to the terrain, so making the height map editor... and then re-implementing everything as a height map would probably be faster than editing the meshes again. So yeah, I think, let's say, if we need to make significant changes to the terrain, I should make the height map editor. Oh yeah, because this will also probably be... So, if we do a height map... it'll be... free. Otherwise, or for meshes, we'll use the old system for LODs. Because basically before, I would just like... I just broke up the game into like 12 by 12... Yeah, I guess 12 by 12 tiles. And I think now... I don't actually need to use... So before I tied all of the chunks into the terrain, I don't need to do that though, because I was making things way too complicated. Because then anytime I wanted chunks that were, like, across the border of two, like, land tiles, I would need to either deal with that in the editing of the chunk, or I would have to, like, rejoin or, like, draw new borders in the terrain, and that was kind of a nightmare. Because then I'd have to edit the terrain, and it was really, really slow to edit it. So yeah, more performant by literally all metrics. Because yeah, it'd also be significantly less storage space because it'd be one number rather than like 7 numbers, you know, for like 3 positions, 4 vertices, or whatever it be. But okay. Chunk system, terrain, quests, context and events, NPCs. So NPCs should be much more structured. Maybe like a body type, name, dialogue, items. Customization, name, dialogue, inventory. So basically I'm thinking like custom characters in a video game. They should be like that rather than what they are now, which is just nodes. They're just scenes in Godot. They should be more like, you know, it's this type of body, so maybe, you know, it could be human or non-human. And then it has, you know, these variables set, and then, you know, here's its name, dialogue, inventory. I don't think we really need an inventory, but we could have, like, items. Because NPCs should have things they can give you, and that should be attached to the NPC itself, rather than just spawning items from the ether, I think. That way it keeps me a bit more structured. And then also, we need a clear hierarchy of behavior. So I think at the lowest, every NPC will have a daily schedule. Because right now, I have NPCs that actually don't have schedules. But yeah, I think NPC should have a schedule. But there are also NPCs, ooh, this is tricky. There are NPCs that can be in multiple places at once, technically. But it's meant to feel like the player's just stumbling into them and they happen to be there. I'll think about that. But basically, the daily schedule is probably our lowest tier. Hi, welcome back. Oh yeah, we got our best viewers already. I don't need to buy them. But yeah, so NPCs have been an absolute nightmare. But yeah, I think daily schedule, and then... There's several different kinds of movement. So there's actually just spawning. NPC appear. Some NPCs can appear full places. How do we handle that? And then there's following. And then there's also scheduled following, or like, independent movement. NPCs going somewhere independent, or going somewhere with or without the player. So basically, this is, Yeah, NPCs are where we start getting into really complicated things because they interface with every single system. We need them to be aware of what chunks are loaded because they can go to a chunk that isn't loaded. They can be controlled by a quest. They can be controlled by context and events. I think what I could do is just say NPCs cannot be controlled directly by an event. It must be through a quest, maybe. It must be through a quest or a schedule or following the player. Or dialogue. I'll say that. NPCs can be controlled in the following ways. Quests, schedules, following the player, or I guess following... You know, I prefer if they could follow any node. Or following some entity. Because we might not even have nodes if I do the full native thing. And then in dialogue. So also here can be added to dialogue. So yeah, I think establish a clear hierarchy of behavior, so I think top. Dialogue. And then we do quests. And then following, and then schedules. No, I think following an entity is not a separate control, it's just a separate type of movement. But that means, should an NPC if an NPC is following the player, should that always be attached to a quest? Is my question. Because, like, right now, I just have it like, the player can just have followers that are independent of whatever quest you're having. But I don't actually use that. And there's basically, in every instance, I'd actually prefer if the following were specifically tied to a quest. Like, the quest manages which NPCs are following you, and then when you complete the quest, the NPC goes back to its schedule. Okay, I think that is what I want. And basically, there's several different types of movement. The types of movement. Follow a node. Go to a point. Maybe, should there be combat? That's a big question, because I don't actually know if I want combat. Let's say combat if I have it. That'll be up in here, or like let's say combat is a question mark. So do I want NPCs to... Because basically the player can never aggro an NPC. Only other NPCs can do that. Well, unless I add the, like, enemies as NPCs, but I don't think they should be part of this system. Oh, now I'm getting confused. Should they be part of this system? That could be good. No. I think enemies have to be a separate system. From NPCs? There's not that much overlap. Yeah, there's not that much overlap in desired behavior. So I'll say combat there. But yeah, so notably... So yeah, let's put a notable change here. NPCs cannot just follow the player. Has to be part of their control structure. Quest. So multiple NPCs can be added to dialogue is... This is an important thing. And I think I also need this for Kitty Found a Camera as well. So I can have characters talk to each other and the speech bubble clearly goes from one to the other. So yeah, types of movement following a node, going to a point. Let's say combat for now. Or a sequence of points for more complex actions, combat, animations. So, and I think at the very top of the hierarchy is dialogue. NPCs that are in dialogue will be controlled directly. It will override any quest behaviors, it'll override any schedules. And quests will also take precedence over schedules, though often quests can have schedules built into them. So I think, a quest can manually specify. So a quest can change or can directly control, or create a custom schedule. Since some quests require, like, oh, we're going to do night patrols now, so all these NPCs are going to be walking around at night and stuff like that. Because, yeah, I want it to be structured. And I want to not have to do so much trouble. Though this does mean that we actually need nav meshes to be... So how does this... cross-chunk nav meshes? Oh yeah, also, I should figure out what happens if an NPC's location... So, interfacing with chunks. If the target, or if the destination unloaded, just fade away. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine, because if the player wants to actually follow them, hang on, there should be one more type of movement. So actually, variance, leading. Try to get the player to go in a particular direction, though they're in control. And also there's a few new dialogue variations that I want. So like types, move to point, tag along, new, lead. So let's say follow. So basically this means walk in a direction, the player automatically follows. This is something that I wanted with dialogue for a while, where basically NPCs can walk and talk with the player, so that way, like, you start dialogue, the characters start talking, and then it's like, okay, let's go to this place, and then while you're talking, the characters are just automatically moving to the place, because that not only looks more natural, it means the player doesn't have to, like, do the dialogue, then walk all the way there, then continue the dialogue. And I think if the dialogue finishes, do I want the players... I think if dialogue finishes while the NPC is leading a player to a place, what do I want to happen? Let's say that. If the player finishes the dialogue before reaching the destination. This kind of needs to be part of, like, the quest system, then. Let's say it depends on how the quest, or it depends on how the destination was chosen. If it was part of a quest, they can either continue moving there, or switch to moving, or switch to leading the player. So yeah, let's have the types of movement. Because, yeah, there's going to be, like, 3 different state machines for NPCs. There's, like, the actual physical states of, like, you know, on the ground or moving. Then there's the movement state, which is, like, following a node, going to a point, doing combat, playing an animation. And then there's the actual, like, control structure of, like, are they part of a quest, are they part of a schedule, or are they in dialogue? So every NPC has a daily schedule, even if it's just walking, or even if it's just standing in one spot. Because this is the big change from NPCs as I know them today. But it just gets so complicated if I don't have a proper schedule. Because then, like, the NPCs don't even know where they spawned from. But okay, so a quest can directly control an NPC or create a custom schedule. Say in dialogue, follow a node. So let's say walk... Actually, I think this should be a variant of either of these. The player automatically so basically, the other behaviors. The player automatically follows this NPC while talking. So what happens if the player finishes the dialogue before reaching the destination? So if it was part of a quest, they can either continue moving there or switch to leading the player. Though the player is in control. So yeah, leading should be like, they're kind of forced to follow the player, though they always want to go in the other direction. Oh yeah, should we also have... we also need points of interest in here. Ooh, this is going to be tricky as well. Let's say variant... or like a temporary override. Points of interest. A point of interest can draw the NPC toward it to trigger some dialogue. So actually we need that to be in the So types of movement, I think that's part of the control structure, actually. This is tricky, because I think this has to be only in following, though. Only while following the player. Yeah, let's say that. So quest schedule, so top is dialogue, and then this will be tempor, so points of interest. I guess it's fine to have this list here. It's kind of a duplicate, but okay. So what happens if the player finishes the dialogue before reaching the destination? So yeah, if it was part of a quest, they can either continue or do that. If it was... which may involve teleporting. Or switch to leading the player. If it were... or if it was just a fixed behavior. Dialogue, they resume their previous behavior. So yeah, there's basically two different kinds, actually probably three different kinds of player movement here. There's basically like, go to a point, and it doesn't matter if the player follows you. Then there's go to a point, but you want the player to follow you, and then there's just go to a point, more just so that the dialogue looks more interesting because we're walking around. Like, you know, we're taking a walk around town or something like that. And then when the dialogue ends, the NPC just walks back to where they should be normally. So yeah, let's say that means there's three different walk and talk types. Go somewhere with the player. Or lead the player somewhere. Let's actually just have this simplified. So, like... So yeah, there's three different walk and talk types. Go somewhere once dialogue ends. Destination, lead the player somewhere. At the end... switch to following the player in lead mode. At the end, resume previous behavior. So it requires quests, or yeah, let's say requires a quest. So the dialogue can trigger this behavior through the quest, which means that it does the thing. Okay. That's good. So yeah, this feels like it's correct only when following the player. Actually, there should be an even higher priority. Animation. Well... Ooh, this is gonna be tricky, though. No, I think dialogue takes precedence. Because an animation is just a type of movement. Okay. This feels correct. So yeah, I think it might actually be this leading type and these following types actually are just controllable within dialogue. And they just do something different. Like, lead mode, when you're not in dialogue, means the NPC's following the player and, like, pointing in the direction they want to go. Where in dialogue, it means you and the NPC are just walking in that direction, toward that point. Yeah, this would be cool. I really do like the idea of actually having the player and NPCs walking together and talking, because that's something that you don't see in games. At least not in like this sort of open world style. But okay, combat. Yeah, that would be important. So yeah, let's say node scenes if Godot, or a quad tree if native. So yeah, the quests. Define variables associated with the quest, yeah. Okay. This is sort of pushing me toward rewrite, because I do like the idea of... Yeah, because there's so many systems that I think could be so much better, just done from scratch again. But okay, enemies, I think enemies should also be... Oh wait, I just realized, there's also a few things that I need to consider for NPCs as well, of like... The trouble of Razia. Razia is an NPC that exists in multiple places, because you're meant to bump into her at each of them. However, if she does exist somewhere, it should be, And actually, some quests can permanently change the NPC's schedule once completed. But okay. Yeah, the puzzle of multiple spawns. When an NPC... Or how do I control... She might just need some sort of, like, multi-schedule, where, like, by default, she just has multiple overlapping schedules, and whenever the player is in a chunk that she is in, or that schedule wants to be in, she will just be there. And that means that it would also be overridden by the quests, it would be overridden by points of interest, and, it'd be overridden by all the other things. So that when you go up to her and then say, okay, I'm going to help you for this specific quest, that overrides all of her other places that she could be. Custom, or a special multi-schedule. So multiple simultaneous schedules associated with different chunks. When a chunk is loaded, the first schedule. So yeah, let's say when a chunk is loaded, associated to, if multiple schedules for one NPC are loaded, only do the first loaded schedule. Basically, if we're close enough to her that she could be literally in two places at once, it should just do the first one that loaded. Though, admittedly, we should just not have this situation. Each location she's at should be far enough apart that she couldn't be loaded twice, but that is a thing I need to consider. And then basically, other interactions, so like other control methods, take priority, just like before. How do we determine the chunk in which the destination is? So when we follow a node or go to a point, so let's see this. What happens if a node is not loaded? So how do we actually find the destination? So I guess first of all, use a world path or some sort of global destination registry. Actually, I know what it could be. It could be an object has basically when we pick a destination, it's added to a or it's tracked. Registry, it should remain consistent even if the destination was renamed / moved. Actually, I think it would be better to just not have maybe just have like a fixed list of destinations per chunk of like, I just add a marker 3D. So similar to my placer system, instead of having like a hard-coded path, I just have these nodes around, and these are like where an NPC can be moved to. Oh yeah, I forgot. Hidden is basically just where is hidden actually? Oh yeah, it's when very briefly when the mom fights the bear. The actual mom is down here, and the bear is just the sprite of both of them. But okay. So, use some sort of global destination registry. So when we pick a destination, it's tracked in the registry as part of the chunk. So it should remain consistent. Well, so we don't need that. But basically, each destination is associated with its chunk. If the node isn't loaded, then the NPC fades out, spawn with the chunk. Don't I have that? Yeah. I'm just going to move that up here. So I won't do what I was trying to do before, where I, like, you know, have the NPC walk as close as it can to the chunk and then it fades out. Well, I mean, I could still do that. So we could potentially polish, walk to the edge, or walk to the borders, unloaded chunk, and fade out. And fade out there. So basically the NPCs will walk to some reasonable place. And if we have the destinations, like, all globally tracked, we can just, like, right now, one of the issues is I don't know where the location of the destination is within the chunk, and chunks can be quite big, at least in my current system. I think they should be much smaller. Yeah, so if a node isn't loaded, the NPC fades out, and we can add, as just a little bit of polish later, we can walk to the border of the unloaded chunk and fade out there. If the chunk is loaded, or gets loaded, as we're walking there. Or I guess we just have to track. Also, this means that, what happens, for example, if the NPC is on a chunk when it's unloaded? So let's put that in here. What happens if an NPC is on a... Or how, first of all, how is an NPC associated with a chunk? So most NPCs will only live on one chunk, but enough NPCs will, like, have to cross chunks that it'd be an issue. Because, for example, Crab Hill is 3 chunks already, or actually like 5 chunks, and those chunks are a little too big. So it would be better if they were smaller. And if I do a quad tree, they're going to be automatically divided, so I can't actually be certain as to where an NPC, like, where the borders will be. So we probably need it to be just a function of their 2D coordinate. So the relevant chunk, actually it might even be an octree, because we do a lot of 3D stuff, so I'm going to put that in here as, like, an octree, if native. So yeah, the NPC should just know which chunk it is by interfacing directly with that octree. Yeah, this is really speaking to doing it native. So the chunk, just a function of the NPCs. That's luck figuring this out for Godot. Lol. I think regardless of what we do, we actually do need this to just be an octree. So yeah, So yeah, an octree. How do we edit this? So chunks don't overlap. However, even if items, or let's say, yeah, chunk borders don't overlap at all, we can do the bounds testing. So each level can have its own LODs. Smallest levels be paused, unpaused. How do we edit this? I think we just have some sort of tool that can load all of the chunk, like we just edit them as separate scenes without really caring about the borders between them. And then we have a tool that can load all of them simultaneously and split them into octrees. Godot or Blender or something, as if they're all independent. Or ignoring the... or edit pieces in Godot or Blender or something, ignoring the borders. Have a tool that can load all of them and split them into octree. Probably, so it should probably just count the number of entities per node, and then it can do so like, I guess it just like, to keep the even. So basically, it'd just like start in the middle and be like, is this balanced? No. Then we just shift it over one way or the other to keep that number balanced. Rather than having like an exact middle point and doing what we may. In fact, this might actually be easier as like a, I guess we could still do an octree. Because, yeah, we just have one point as, like, our coordinate for our splitting coordinates. And then you just have the 8 different segments of, like, above, below, right, left, front, back. So split to keep the number of entities relatively even. Join meshes. So at each LOD level, join meshes and simplify where possible. So like same materials, and then also like bake into textures. So basically, I'm thinking like, you know, we have something like this house. Actually, I just realized we could also mark some meshes as being detail. Or mark all meshes as having some level... Actually, no. Just hide tiny meshes. LOD, or based on AABB size, or some hard-coded priority. Basically, like, let's say there's some very important detail that we want visible from 500 miles away, like, I don't know, this truck or something. We could just mark it as, like, this is an important thing, so don't delete it, please. When otherwise, like, maybe, for example, the windows will actually be hidden as we get, like, this far away from it, for example, based on just the bounding box. So we don't have to mark them manually as, like, hide this from this far away. It just goes, oh, this is a small thing, so in chunk, in LOD level 2, it should be hidden. And then we just have the house, and we simplify that instead. And we probably do something like, we'd have a max or minimum, based on the mesh's real dimensions, or some hard-coded priority. Okay. The tricky part will be this tool. Making sure that it doesn't die. So I think what we could do... And also, I'd like some sort of editor tool. So basically, this would view all chunk pieces. At low LOD, click to edit. The big issue, actually, with this system, though, is that I would not be able to have anything connected to anything directly with an automatic system. I think I should have some minimum, piece that I can't edit manual, or that isn't automatically split. Because, yeah, if I want this house here, for example, I don't want, this part of the door, or, the window of the door to be in a separate chunk from the rest of the door, because then I can't open the door, Or then it's going to be all messy. I guess I could just have things that are entities, and those are entirely separate from the actual scenes. So we just have, regardless of whether we do native or not, we just have to have some distinction between the two of, entities cannot be split apart, but scenes can be. Even though in Godot they'd both be considered scenes. Well, actually, I guess that's not even, Yeah, because this means chunks would not be able to have any chunk-specific scripting. Which I guess is okay. Because, yeah, chunks would just... Or, I guess... Yeah, the chunks that I edit would not be the chunks that are actually in the octtree. But yeah, then even things like you press a button and a door opens would not be immediately possible. I know. The way that I can do it is I can have... Oh, excuse me. is I can have, sub-chunks. Basically... So edit pieces in Godot or Blender or something. The borders of the whole scene will be ignored. But there are subchunks. Will be kept together as an atomic thing. So basically, you know, I could say, like, this house is a subchunk. You know, when one piece of the house loads, all of it loads. It's just considered one atom. And that way it could also be considered for meshing, like you could make it into one mesh, do things like that. Okay, that makes sense to me. That feels more reasonable. So smallest levels are paused, unpaused. So each level has its own ID. So yeah, I think this makes sense. We make them as chunk borders. Chunk borders don't overlap at all. However, they may have entities inside that stick out a bit. You know, I don't need it perfect of like, you know, let's say it divides the world in half, like right here. And this garage is sticking a little bit into the other chunk. It'll consider it part of the chunk where its origin lies. The origin will be the true decider. Or will be the deciding factor. Because I don't think there's ever going to be a point where it's like so important. But I may need to have meshes that are like their own chunk or have, you know, some sort of special priority. Okay. But I need to use the bathroom again. I drank too much tea. So I'll be back soon. Yeah, these octrees. I should also create clear terminology. So there's actually going to be... So clarify terminology. At runtime, we have trees, subtrees. Let's say we have the root tree, subtrees, and leaves. At edit time, we have the world, chunks, and sub-chunks. So the origins of items will be the deciding factor in which chunk it lies within. Okay. So this means a subtree. Okay. So we edit chunks. So in the editor, we view all chunks at low LOD, or I guess, sub-chunks at low LOD. Click to edit the relevant chunk. Because, yeah, basically, the chunk itself will just be whatever I find convenient to edit, which might be an entire town, or like a mountain, or a level, or something like that. But then the sub-chunks are the actual, like, unit that's used at runtime. So, like, no scripts or signals can cross the sub-chunk border unless it uses the event bus. Or some other global system. Okay. So this means like a button and the door would just be in the same subchunk to make it easy on me. I think I don't need the native system here. So actually, let's git checkout or git status. So, technical design. Removing a save file. Okay, git checkout no, what is this, Godot 4? Git merge native. And then we also just delete then this native code, because I don't really need it. Well, well, no, it's not working right now. So yeah. I have a lot of things here. I think I will just not do a native segment at all for this. I think we can make all of this work in GDScript. Well, I mean, the thing is, it still would be pretty cool to get it working. Because we have so many things that need to be changed. And we have so many custom tools that I'll need to make that it might be easier to just put it all in native code. But there's so many systems I'd have to recreate as well, like, you know, the simple act of pressing a button and then having a signal. That'd have to be done. I'd have to recreate the signal system. I'll think about it. I could just do... Excuse me. I could just do exactly what I said of, like, you know, give myself a month, see how many systems I can make in a month, how many tools I can make. Because actually, the tools can still be all Godot and GD scripts, which would be nice for prototyping, because they don't need to have the runtime performance and, like, the complexity of the actual game. But okay, suboctree borders don't overlap at all. They may have entities inside. Let's go to... So edit chunks. So yeah, chunks cannot have any scripts. It can't have any logic. So subchunks will be kept together as an atomic thing and can have scripts. For any communication across subchunks, chunks or subchunks, the event bus or other global structures must be used. Okay, so have a tool that can load all of them and split them into an octree. Split to keep the number of entities relatively even. At each LOD level, join meshes to simplify where possible. So, like, same material. So, like, it'd basically be like distance-based decimation. Same materials, bake materials into textures, hide small meshes based on the mesh's real dimensions or some hard-coded override. So that would mean that, like, a billion small things stacked on top of each other would not form a big thing, because it'd probably be cheaper to just hide the small things. I'm fine with that. Well, maybe the very smallest things are hidden. But then, in each progressive level of LOD, instead of hiding things, we just merge them together. I'm divided. I'll have to figure out how I want to do that. Yeah, we'd basically hide small meshes, decimate big meshes, join them together. Yeah, hide small meshes is our first thing. And then we join meshes of the same material. Bake materials into textures. So, like, very far LOD, we might do that. And we could have, like, you know, the smallest map of the texture. It'd be tricky to bake it into the proper LODs. Because we'd basically have to run the shader in texture space. And, like, create UV islands for it and stuff like that. Let's say polish. Very far LODs, bake materials into textures. So at far LODs, bake materials, yeah. Into texture atlases. Or maybe into a texture atlas. So, like, each, like, far LOD chunk would just have the one texture atlas that has all of its textures. Into a texture atlas for each a little... Yeah. We'd have to figure out how to actually do that properly. And then we'd have distance-based decimation, or decimation. And I'd also have to figure out how close together should the, like, smallest chunks be. Ah, well. I just realized up here, it's still possible for sub-chunks to be, Actually, let's say... tries to keep sub-chunks entirely contained within a leaf, but it may have to move it, yeah, but it may have to just resort to sub-chunk. Okay. Let's just call it that. Yeah, so I have a tool that can load all of them and split them into an octree. Yeah, I'm still super divided on how to actually handle, or how to actually make all of this in the game, because I think with this sort of hierarchy here, I'd like to keep it as Godot native as possible, because now what I can do is I can make a little plugin for Godot to, like, edit a chunk. And so we'd have, like, just a scene in Godot for normal editing. Have I been talking? I don't even know if I've been talking very much. Because I'm just kind of rereading what I have here to make sure that I'm not missing anything. So let's go through this again. The root of everything is our chunk system. That will be an octree. Oh yeah, we should also, let's have our clear terminology here. So yeah, at runtime we have an octree which has a root tree, then subtrees, and then leaves. So let's have our beautiful tree here. Let's do this. Whatever. It doesn't matter that much what this drawing looks like. Because basically, we just divide it into a tree like this. It'll have, like, the maximum and minimum bounds, etc. And so, each of these 8 octants is our main thing. This is up and down. In case you couldn't infer that from context. And yeah, we have our root tree, and then, like, each of these, so there might be... The subtrees can actually be laid out in different locations. So, for example, maybe it's, like, here. Within this. Like, each one can have its own origin. And then its own octants within it. And this origin point will be chosen to try and keep the number of entities in each octant relatively even, within some margin. Actually, is that better? Or is that... Or maybe it should be, instead of doing this, we have each leaf have some fixed number of entities, or some, like, maximum number of entities it can have before it has to be split further. And, you know, we just keep this, you know, we just have one fixed size for the whole tree. I guess, because that would be much faster. I think the generation time would be tricky. So let's say that, actually. But yeah, it's an octree. Subtree borders don't overlap at all. However, they may have entities that stick out a bit, and the origins of an entity will be the deciding factor for which chunk it lies within. It tries to keep sub-chunks entirely contained within one leaf, but it may have to just use the center of the sub-chunk if there's some complicated division. Or if there's too much overlap. Yeah, if I have the sub-chunks as atomic pieces, I guess I do have to have at least this as a custom origin point. Okay, so I think that decides it. We do have custom origin points. We don't split the world perfectly in half each time. We basically decide where to move it based on whatever criteria we want to have. Maybe at larger chunks, it's less important that they're even, so we just put it wherever it's closest to the center where it doesn't, like, cut into a sub-chunk. And then at each progressively smaller one, we might care more and more about having a relatively even amount of chunks at any given time. That makes sense. So the origins of an entity, so... Yeah, so the origins of a subtree. Each tree has an origin used to divide the subtrees / leaves. Top level, closest to center that doesn't cut a sub-chunk. Or let's say it cut a chunk. Because it may be too computationally intense to figure out, like, how to keep all sub-chunks from getting divided, but chunks would be easier. Lower levels, more care about limiting, or more care about evenly dividing entities. You know, and at the sub-chunk level, so basically, we'll keep that as it is. So yeah, automatically derived when baking the tree. So at the top level, it's closest to the center that doesn't cut a chunk or sub-chunk. Then each level has its own LODs. And I think we can also have it so that chunks can have... I'll think about that later. Basically, performance optimizations, because I don't want it to be like I have to wait 25 minutes every time I edit a chunk for it to be like, for it to regenerate the octree for the entire world. So I'd rather it can like look at the smallest possible octree that I've actually touched and then just adjust that. And then eventually we could like globally optimize it. Like periodically we do that. So at high levels of the, or like close to the root. To the leaves, more care about evenly distributing entities. So yeah, chunks are just a collection of nodes. The subchunks will be kept together as atomic. For any communication across chunks or subchunks, the event bus will be used, or other must... Yeah. Have a tool that can load all of them and split them into an octree. So, optimizations. Let's put that here. So when editing one chunk, we can just check the subtrees touches. In fact, we'll just say just recompute. Yeah, that'll be our criteria, because for everything else it'll be like, we don't really need to move it. So, let's say compute the bounding box of each subchunk on origins. Not, or actually, origins of entities, and then as polish. Bounding box is just on origins. Entities. Origin is the average of all entities in the box, or in the subchunk. Yeah, and then as polish we can have the proper bounding box, which would be actually the, like, the real bounding box of all the entities here by joining together all of their bounding boxes. And that could be used for, like, if we want to really properly load things. But it's not going to matter that much, because they're basically loaded from far enough away that you should never, like, be inside of a subchunk and parts of it aren't loaded. Or, like, things you should be close enough to interact with aren't loaded. So yeah, each tree... And also, I want in the LOD system, each level has its own LOD. Oh wait, we already have that there. So, generate LODs. Each chunk. So, hide small meshes, join meshes by distance of the same material. So basically, like, even within a chunk, there might be multiple meshes, just so that way it's not like one 500,000 triangle mesh. It could be a couple of them, so that way it can, like, be culled. Add far LODs bake materials into a texture atlas. That would be cool. But yeah, then optimization. When editing one chunk, just recompute the subtrees that the chunk touches. Yeah. And this will be tricky to figure out. Like the actual resource loading here. Say an editor tool to view all subchunks at low LOD, then click to edit the relevant chunk. Or I guess view the entire world. And that could be reasonably possible. But alright. Then for the terrain, meshes or height map. Okay. So the terrain, yeah, as I said, it's now going to be independent of the chunks. And we can either do the mesh that exists now or a height map. And that depends predominantly on if I'm going to... So yeah, if we need to make significant changes to the terrain, I should make the height map editor. Otherwise, we should keep this and just split it. The existing terrain and split it near the end. Using the old LOD system. So yeah. All of this stuff, easier to edit, more performant, easier to make LODs, but we already have the terrain. And I'd have to make a new editor. And yeah, if we do the height map, it'll be quad tree based. And it'll just be independent of our octree. Well, I was about to say octree as well, but if it's a mesh, or if it's a height map, it can't be an octree, so we just have a quad tree. Well, we could actually do octree. Because it might be high enough, and we might go high enough that, like, terrain that's, like, below us should be reduced in LOD. Okay. Then our real things begin, like the quests. So yeah, the quest should be its own script. It should have its own variables within it, rather than putting them all in the global space. And so entities that are interfacing with a quest would just read that quest's stuff directly as like a properly statically typed thing, rather than hoping that it's all in the status or in the stats. Yeah, we should have some sort of deterministic system for like say like clear definition for the state of the quest, the conditions to enter a new state, any subphases or things like that. So yeah, it basically should be a flowchart. Could be defined as a literal flowchart, but I'd prefer normal code. Subphases or things like that. Subtasks. Optional tasks. So we should basically, like, have this explicit design for it. In fact, I might even make... I could make some sort of language for it. You know, like, reuse my dialogue system. So it'd be like, quest this condition met. This is already annoying. No, I wouldn't want to do that. But okay. So yeah, my current system, it's basically just because it's in the journal. So like, the journal should handle quest objects, and that has all of this stuff. Not just, or not simple strings. I think this is the main thing. So the quest should handle that, marking that, NPC or cutscenes, conditions for each stage of a quest. Let's say this, actually. Put all this here. Track. It will control... Let's say quest-specific events. So yeah, basically, if there's a quest, things should just find the quest and call the functions on the quest, rather than, like, emitting events or, like, manually editing tasks and things like that. And then, yeah, flowchart design could be defined as a literal flowchart, but I'd prefer normal code, especially because they will have just arbitrary code within them. And I think then that begs the question as to how do we properly type, like, how do we tell apart quests? Each one is its own class, probably. So, like, managing quests in a broader context. Each quest is its own class. The global manager can get a quest of a specified type rather than an ID. Or let's say the journal saves the quest type and relevant data. Because yeah, admittedly, I guess it's fine for the journal to save this. Or the journal to be the API through which we view this, because we do need the journal UI to be able to access all of this. And that means also journal and inventory should just be global rather than attached to the player, because right now I need to do a lot of, like, get player.journal. So I think that means actually the player should be the next thing. So, like, journal and let's say globally accessible are always valid. Consider so like let's say rework movement to be more versatile. So like shape casts, wall detection. And then I don't think we really need anything there. That's fine. Also, a big thing here in NPCs is that they should not be spawned or not put directly into scenes slash chunks. Add spawners. Default position. So if an NPC has So if an NPC has never been loaded, or yeah, let's say schedule and moved, or when they move, moved to, never part of the scene. So yeah, they work of Godot's tree system, but are hidden slash paused with their associated chunk. Or they find out what leaf they're in based on, so yeah, specifically this is not a chunk, this is a leaf. So yeah, they find out what leaf they're in based on their position. They work independently of Godot's tree system, but are hidden paused with their associated leaf. Add spawners or default positions. If an NPC has never been loaded, it will be spawned. Actually, let's say save all NPCs. Simulated. Yeah, actually, but are hidden with their associated leaf. However, still run, but at a lower rate. Movement is simple teleportation. Or movement is simply declaring that's where they'll spawn. Spawners. So like an NPC will have a default leaf spawner. Based on what subchunk its spawner is in. Actually, we don't really need... Well... If an NPC moves to a different subchunk when the schedule is being run, we should do this. So yeah, schedule should still run at a lower rate. And yeah, movement is just declaring where they'll be when the leaf is reloaded. So does that mean that every NPC should have its should always be simulating, even when its chunk is not loaded? I think what it should be is that there's two different levels. So all NPCs will be simulating in the background at some level of LOD. And then when you get closer to like a different LOD, it'll like swap out which ones are loaded and which ones are unloaded. That makes sense. So yeah, they're only shown when they're in a leaf. Hidden with their associated leaf. At distance, or at nearby. These, they can, or they may still run their schedule at a lower rate. In a background thread at a lower rate. Movement is simply declaring that's where they'll be, or where they'll be when the leaf is loaded. So what happens if the NPC is, or should move, loaded leaf? Fade in at the relevant location, and then polish. Spawn at the border of the leaf, closest to where it was, move to the leaf. This also means that NPCs are handled at the sub-chunk level, or at the not by the leaf. All scheduling can be paused when far enough away. So basically, like, if this is a leaf, for example, let's get this like this. So yeah, let's say this here is one leaf. The NPCs would only be visible when this box is loaded. However, they would still be simulating throughout this entire thing. So let's do that as well, of like you know, so maybe this entire tree, when any of this is loaded, that means that this NPC will be simulating in the background, so that way when you walk up to them again, they'll be like spawned in the correct location. Since NPCs can typically move from one chunk to another throughout the day, or one leaf to another throughout the day. So yeah, background simulation, rendering, and foreground simulation. So this is when they actually do navigation, and here they just teleport throughout this whole sub-chunk. And then once this whole thing is unloaded, it'll just, or like at a lower LOD, it'll just not run. The exact subtree will be decided based on the sub-chunk size, or like the leaf size. Because I think leaves will still be pretty large, but they'll be like several hundred leaves in this node. So yeah, when an NPC or when a leaf is unloaded, an NPC is paused, or its detailed simulation is paused. It's hidden from rendering, and it goes into background mode, and it's just simulated in the background. And maybe its mesh should still be activated. That's what I'll say as well. So, and remain in memory. So yeah. Found out what leaf they're in based on their position, but are hidden with their associated leaf. So, detailed is stopped. Animation and navigation. So, at nearby, when the subtree is still loaded, they run their schedule and remain in memory, so in a background thread at a lower rate. Movement is simply declaring where they'll be when the relevant leaf is loaded. Okay. And that means also, if an NPC is in a quest, there should be the ability to go to the NPC, or like either reload the NPC or do something like that. So yeah, let's just put all that in here. So NPCs are or have an associated leaf and subtree, rendering and navigation, hidden and paused when the leaf is unloaded. So this is based on the position of themselves, or yeah, it's based on the distance or the position of their destination, not their actual position, because we assume their position is like some abstract thing, or like their real world position is only the concern of the leaf that they're in, or position of either. Actually, I think that is fair, because their destination can either be a fixed point or the node they're following. And that means the node they're following should also have an associated leaf and subtree. But okay. If it's the player, that's based on the player's actual position. And having this leaf system, or this octree system, makes that a lot easier, because I can just like get the actual origin of the player and then say, okay, we are in this leaf based on this position, rather than trying to figure out which bounding box we're in, and probably multiple bounding boxes. Okay. Also, I just realized, subchunks don't or the node does not actually need to be split into subchunks. We can just have random nodes here. So let's say subchunks. Actually, hang on. That's the only place where we actually have that. Subtree borders don't overlap. How do we edit this? A subchunk is just a node with the type subchunk. Otherwise, entities can go in leaf they... Well, I think the way I would do this is a subchunk is anything that is a direct child of the node. Yeah, because I think we wouldn't want to start... Well, we might want to start that, actually. Of like, you know, because as I've said before, we could split, for example, split apart a house that's made of a bunch of nodes. But we might want to keep it all together as one scene, as like one subtree while we're editing it, just so that way we can move it around and stuff. Okay, so I will say, is any child of the chunk marked as a subchunk? I keep accidentally writing that. Okay. Subchunk. Otherwise, the node or the tree can be split however the algorithm sees fit. Unless it is considered an entity. Oh, wait, let's say subchunks and entities. Will be kept together as an atomic thing. A subchunk is any child that's specifically marked as a subchunk. An entity is either a scene that's one file or something marked as an entity. Otherwise, subtrees can be split however we see fit, and for any communication across chunks or subchunks, or entities. Because, yeah, an entity is basically, it's an equivalent to, like, Unity's prefabs, and it's how I typically use Godot's subscenes, or, like, where it's, like, it's not actually, like, a part of the environment, it's like an entity, like a character, or something like that. Because those obviously should not be, like, split up and considered, because not only would that, you know, break the entity, it also caused, like, massive performance issues with our splitting thing, because we'd have to choose, like, or we'd have to worry about, like, a billion, entities everywhere. But okay. Then have a tool that can load all of them and split them into an octree. Okay. See, and I think the player doesn't actually need to interface too much with this stuff, except for the fact that they should know what leaf they're in, which is easy. Because, yeah, the player's not very technically complicated. They just need to move and stuff. That's more game design. But okay. Leaf and subtree. So, based on the position of their destination, not their real-world position. Real position is a detail. Say a leaf, rendering and navigation, hidden and paused. They work independently of Godot's tree system, but are hidden with their associated leaf. When a subtree is still loaded, they run their schedule, if required, and remain in memory. Because, yeah, if an NPC is in quest mode, it's not going to be here at all. So, when the subtree is still loaded, scheduled NPCs still update and remain in memory. Yeah, background thread, lower rate. Movement is declaring where they'll be when the relevant leaf is loaded. If the NPC should move to a loaded leaf, just fade at the relevant location, and then for polish, we could spawn them at the border of the leaf and then have them walk to the destination. And then NPCs that by quests or otherwise, so NPCs controlled by quests do not need to be loaded here. So when far, or let's say this, so all scheduling can be paused when the subtree itself is unloaded. The exact depth where NPCs begin simulating will be decided based on the leaf size. Spawners. So yeah, an NPC will have a default leaf based on what subchunk it spawners in. Once spawned, the NPC will be handled first time. Well, no, we don't actually need that at all, because basically default leaf NPC will define what NPCs are spawned within. So we need some way of editing this in a convenient way. I basically want to have something that looks like an animation track. Let's say that. Search up. And that they will activate with that leaf / subtree as described. Okay. NPCs can be controlled in all these ways. The puzzle of multiple spawns. A special multi-schedule. Yeah, I think this is fair. I know what it is. So yeah. Multiple simultaneous schedules associated with different leaves. When a leaf is loaded, associated schedules are loaded too. Oh, but now we have the issue that subtrees are larger than leaves. So it should be, I think it may be that Razi just has to have a custom thing. So yeah, the puzzle of multiple spawns. Let's see. When a character has multiple leaves or subchunks that it's associated with, when that leaf is loaded, that will be the schedule that's active. So an NPC, multiple associated spawns, or multiple associated subchunks. Subchunks and schedules. A schedule, or when multiple schedules are available, it chooses the first one with an active leaf, or the first one loaded. Schedules, so we cannot, or dialogue and quests still override schedules as before. When multiple schedules are loaded due to multiple subtrees. Yeah, it chooses the first one with an active leaf or the first one loaded to process. Dialogue and quests still override schedules as before, now overriding all schedules. Okay, is there any issue here? If multiple schedules are running, I guess, as I said, we just choose the first one with an active leaf, so then when it's unloaded, it just ignores it again. Yeah, and if it loads two at once, it's just whichever one was loaded first. And so that should make it make more sense to the player of like, oh, I see her there, but I don't see her over there where I thought she was before. And yeah, when a chunk is unloaded, schedule is unloaded, act, so load the next one. Or just load the next, if available. So yeah, that makes sense. Also, should each leaf have a name? I guess each destination should have a leaf or a name attached to it, so that way I can have, like, a thing. So yeah, chunks can have names. Subchunks can also have names. I think that's what's going to help me here. Because, yeah, the octree is just an implementation detail. Let's go to destination. Or to node point. Either a fixed point or a node they're following. Both have their own, or I guess these, yeah, let's say these also have a chunk slash, or let's just say an ID, chunk name, for logic, or for location-based logic. Okay, so this way we can have a character that's like at a specific spot. And that can either mean this exact ID, or we have some sort of like list of tags. Let's say that actually. So if it's the player, that's based on the player's actual position. Good, good, good. Okay. And I think I've finally cracked the code of the multiple spawns. Any NPC can have multiple schedules, and it'll just choose the one that seems the most relevant. And it might actually have to run all of them. I think that would make sense. So it has to run all of the schedules that are running. So it runs all of them, but only shows the first one with an active leaf. Or the first one. Let's say... Oh, wait, no. This is tricky. No, you know what? I'll just say... It just runs the first one that has an active leaf, because I'm only using this in instances where I want the NPC to spawn. She's not going to be walking across an entire town, like, in this particular thing. Well, I hope not, at least. Well, would I want that? I think I would want that for Razia, actually. Basically, to have her... going around a town which consists of multiple chunks. And that means that she might not be... You know what, let's just say it chooses the first one with... Let's just say it just chooses the first one. If that's not the right one, just make them further apart or something. Or the one that's closest. I care to implement. But okay. For the third time today, though, I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back soon. Okay. So yeah, the puzzle of multiple spawns, still not quite complete. Because yeah, an NPC can have multiple subchunks and schedules. And yeah, when the schedules are loaded due to multiple subtrees being loaded, it should run both of them simultaneously, I think. But that could cause issues where, for example, both subtrees or both like leaves are loaded simultaneously, so then which one does it choose for the player's destination? I'm going to say it runs all subtrees. However, it only chooses the one that is closest to the player, or it chooses if one or if multiple leaves are available. Available. That the true schedule. Until the entire subtree is unloaded. Okay. So basically this means that if you go into a subtree where there's like an NPC that has like 2 possible schedules, then you walk up to where it is, like the NPC. The NPC will spawn, and now that schedule is the real schedule for the NPC. And that's the only one that will be there. So until schedule. So yeah, until the schedule is unloaded, no other, or only this schedule can spawn the NPC anywhere. Even if the subleaf, or even if the leaf is unloaded. And another one. NPC. Okay. That's correct now. So yeah, you walk up, you say hello to the NPC, then you walk away. If you walk far enough away, they can potentially spawn somewhere else, like across the world or whatever, because that's what I use it for Razia. But if 2 schedules have like overlapping positions where like, you can find them on one side of the town or the other side of the town, but sometimes they go to the center for either one. If you see them in the center of town, they're just going to keep walking according to that schedule that put them there, not the other one. So they won't teleport away or whatever. Okay. So yeah, and then dialogue and quests override all schedules. Oh. So yeah. A clear hierarchy of behavior. Top, dialogue, points of interest. Okay. So NPC, or enemies have sort of a subset of NPC behavior. Kind of. Because I haven't had that many issues with NPCs, or enemies. I think enemies will just be associated with a subchunk. Unless they're pursuing, well, let's say spawn in a leaf, but are independent from it when chasing the player. Otherwise, they But our... So spawned in a leaf, but their home... Oh. Their position... Yeah, let's say that instead. Basically, they just spawn in a given leaf when you load up, or walk up to it and it loads. However, once they do that, they're now in a similar position to NPC... Well, now it's actually, unlike NPCs, it doesn't consider their destination. It only considers their real position. So that means that if an NPC or an enemy is following you, if you go far enough away, it'll despawn. But not from its, like, spawn point, from the actual enemy. Only when the leaf is unloaded. That sounds good. And then combat. Combat doesn't really have much technical issues. Like, I've never had that with it. But okay, I think that is good here. And I think I will do the gradual conversion. So yeah. Yeah, I'm probably just going to do the gradual conversion. Because that way I can just prototype the things in GD script, because now I think I have enough of an idea of what I want. Well, yeah. I'm probably going to do the gradual conversion. But actually I will build all new systems in native code. Use GD script to glue everything together. Okay. Design or like technical document. Pretty fleshed out. Because yeah, I put a lot into this now. I think the real trick is going to be this editor system. How do we test that? So yeah. Chunk system. So to test, let's make a small version. So I did this with the original chunk system way back when. I just had a smaller scale version. So I think like 5x5x5 meter leaves, basically. But I think, first of all, I want to get the native code finally done. I think is going to be my main thing. Because there's actually, like, let's close the camera game for now. And let's see if in this last hour I can get the native saves working. Because there's two main things that I need left. Which is to serialize a variant into a simple var, which I've kind of done here. equals... Ooh, this is going to be tough. Does my server work? Oh, it does. Okay, good. As t. Okay. So I think we can do like vector 3. Okay. Actually, do we have vector... Hang on, I'm going to do import... When am I going to import? Is this a thing that exists? I don't think so. Function... What do I want here? Simple variant convert array of t val, or let's say auto val. No, that's not going to work. U val. What this would be is like vector 2 v2 equals v dot as vector 2. Because yeah, basically I'm going from Godot's variants to my variants, which only have a few types. They have integers, floats, strings, and then arrays of integers, floats, and strings. Let's see if this exists anywhere. Okay, so we have the coordinates here. And I think because this is a struct, okay, good. So that means that we have, yeah, we can just do vector 2. So I'm actually going to do a t-list val or as floats. So for each t v in val, we will do data tilde equals v. Not very efficient, but I can do that later. So we'll just return as floats that vector 2 chords. Okay, so let's see if this works. Oh, it should be co-ord. And then let's do rect2, which hopefully this also has a similar union thing. No, it doesn't. Okay. Do I want to do something weird here, like a dictionary? I think I don't. You know, I'm just gonna have rect2 not here. It's just gonna cause an error. In fact, bounding box, plane, at basis, projection, quaternion, color. Don't need any of those. Or vector 2 arrays or color arrays. Actually, we don't even need this. We can just do a T val here, and then this is going to be auto. V val. So can I declare auto loop variable omit auto? Ah, I see. For each v and val. Okay. As a fact float 64 array. And maybe this is actually like act array real t. I'm trying to think, where are the... So this is Godot. Hang on, let's open this folder. Do we have packed arrays? Pool arrays, that's what we need. Packed array types. Okay, so we can do a packed array of this. So I'm gonna figure out, so if we did this, wait, also, this needs that. Okay. As transform 2D dot, I'll have to figure this out. So do we have the data columns? No. Because basically this is an array of vectors. You know, I'm just going to not have the transform either. We're just going to save our position and orientation this way. And you know what? I think I gotta do that. But for each string s in v as act string array data tilde equals string. No. How do we convert to a string? Is it to D string? Yeah. To D string S. There we go. And here we can actually have this be as T U U val. Let's actually say into float. There we go. And in fact, we can do exactly the same thing. Well, we can't actually do that here. But then return into int b.as. This should be vector 2. No, what am I trying to do? Oh yeah, this is right. 2i.chord. I have like 3i, 4i. Okay, packed int 64 array, packed byte array. Let's see if this actually works. Surprising. No property Godot packed int32 array for variant type. I think that's incorrect. Let's look up variant.d. Oh, is it... Did I have an underscore somewhere that I shouldn't? No, wait, no, but these were... Wait, hang on, I'm confused now. Okay, yeah, because these were... Why did these have... I swear they had Godot underscore before. For each works with input ranges, inputting front and pop front. For each on v.as of type packed array string. Ooh. So does that not have for each? That's a shame. Well, I'll just do for int I equals I, or v I less, or 0 I minus minus dot reserve val dot size. Man, we need like a packed array here. Or we can go to this function. How do we go to a variant? So do we have like a size? Okay, we have size. So we're going to do int I equals 0, I less than length, I plus plus, data, I equals val, I. And then here we'll do for same thing for our string auto array equals this. And then S is 0 I less than array dot size I plus plus observe array size, and then data I equals array I. And actually this should be I think this will be dot length equals that. And I'll do the same thing up here. Maybe, yeah. Okay, does that work? No property size for val of type float 2. Oh. Op index to type long to int. Okay, do we have a property called length here? Okay, we do have that. Good. Beautiful. Okay. So now we have that, but now we need to return to Godot. Thankfully, this will be pretty easy. So if v.isArray, we'll do something. Then else, we will switch on v.type. v.type. And actually, let's do v.elements type. Okay, do we have simple variant here? No. But we do have it here. Simple variant. Type raw data. Let's do, we need function type element type. Return, isn't it type and not array? Yeah, like this. There we go. So that way, so if it's an array, we'll switch on that. Case simple variant dot type dot because yeah, we should only have the 3 types. Int float string. Turn variant dot. Let's do like packed string array or packed int 32 array. I wonder if this works. And can't we do like of? I think we just return variant array. Float 32 array. Turn variant array. And then this would be a packed string array. Okay. Then here we'd return variant of type.raw.int or v. What would this be called? So this should be in here. Raw data. So raw.int. And then otherwise we return variant of null. Let's see if that works. Because yeah, this was the main thing that I didn't want to bother with. Okay. Oh, I see. Default needs to do this. There we go. Okay, good. So, okay, array.resize. So we're gonna need to actually do... Let's just have a thing called fill. So this will be auto fill. Let's say T fill. TU with so we T into U from, or like targets source for each, or target resize source dot length. Okay, yeah, we can do that. And then for int I 0, I less than source dot length, I plus plus, target I equals source I, return variant T, or variant target. So what this should be is we can just do array.fill. In fact, packed 32 int array. In fact, hang on. Can we make a pool array from a regular array? Oh yeah, we can literally just do this. Yeah, because what is array here? Oh wait, no, this is an array of things. This is like the source array. Okay, so we can't do that. Could we do like this? Could we assign to it? Resize, push back. It feels like we could just assign the data here. But I guess we probably shouldn't. There's probably... oh yeah, it probably does some sort of reference counting or something like that. Wait, I see. Fill packed in 32 array, b.raw.int array. The unenviable task, though, of doing this conversion. We'll probably just have to do it this way. So auto target equals packed string array. Auto source equals v.raw.string. array. And then what we do is this should be to Godot string, which I don't remember where that is. How do we do that, actually? Hang on. I need to look for printing. It's one of our things that we can do. It's, should be up here near the top, I think? Where is it, actually? Main? Test? No. To Godot string? Oh, I think it's literally just string. Hang on, don't we have like a platform that I was using? Oh wait, no, that was in the other thing. Right, okay. Man, where is this defined? Ugh. I think I can just do string. This. Construct it from a D string. This string name, this node path, this in GD screen. So if is numeric, in string, if implicitly convertible. Okay. So we can just do this. String there. Okay, let's see if that builds. And then that should actually let us serialize if it does. Oh wait, no, then we need to add the actual saving function. So cannot implicitly convert expression string Godot string of type string to string. That's at 148. Target I. I don't get what this means. Oh, index assign. Oh, interesting. A few functions that are different for strings than for others. Was this supposed to be there? I guess I'll just do insert then. Just do target.insert I. Interesting. So is it just, do we just do return fill packed string array? v.raw.string array? Oh wait, we don't do that. Interesting. I don't know if that's gonna work right. But okay, that means that now we have all of the conversions between data. So what I should be able to do now is if we run this, so if it doesn't crash and blow up my computer, which is what it typically does. Okay, so it crashed, but it didn't blow up the computer. That's good, at least. But that does imply that there's probably a seg fault in this. Well, that's going to be tricky to figure out, because I don't know how to debug when things are loading. But yeah, there's definitely something going awry with our thing there. Do I actually have loading working? Hang on. Oh yeah, we do. We just read the text, parse the JSON. Do we actually even need this as text? We can just parse it, read it. And then we get the data from the JSON. Let's go back to 2D. Oh wait, we are back in 2D. Oh, I see. Okay, good. So the save manager loaded. And then let's do... So we have load default. I think this is where we're going to get issues. Yeah, because if we do this, then it will crash. Okay, and that seems to me to indicate that it's not even, let's try this. Try this. Catch throwable E. Print air E to string. Because I think it might just be like crashing there. Okay, let's try again. Oh wait, no, I haven't even built it. Okay, so now we actually get an error. Enter tree. Unexpected colon when converting from type string to int. Oh, right. I colon. That should be in here. Or from JSON. Okay, if it begins with @I. Wait, hang on. What does our save look like? So yeah, standard Phobos conversion. Do a conversion exception, actually. So yeah, if it doesn't want me catching throwable, so I think that should be there. No, I'm gonna just have this as a throwable here. So, ignore suspicious catch-em-all warnings. Category of thrown objects that are safe to catch and handle. Oh, I see. Okay, that's probably... Okay. Safe to catch and handle. Only thrown objects derived from class are safe to catch inside a catch block. Thrown objects not derived from exception present runtime errors that should not be caught, as certain runtime guarantees may not hold. Okay. But yeah. I think what this means is what I should do is go here. Let's check what my save looks like. Save. No. What am I doing here? Jason. Okay. Because it's a slightly different save. Excuse me, version. What I'm going to do is go up to 46. And then it should load, or then it should be a new save, and then we can do, like, save. I think it should be save load dot data. Okay, get data is what we need. So this should get us all of the data. We have, for example, Jackie. Her journal has nothing in it. Scene. Scene there. Yakaz. Bralna 1. Version. This stuff. Daddy issue 0. Mom left info. Interesting. Add stats. Increment equals 1. I think these default arguments aren't working across D. What I might want to have is just like set flag, and that would just set it to 1. Okay, so yeah, our default arguments... Yeah, I'll just have a method. Well... int set flag string key. Now, I guess I can just return 1. No, what I really want is for the default arguments to just work. Because if we look at save manager, or I think save... So this is our thing here. So you should have add stat. Yeah. Increment is an integer that's 1 by default, but it's not calling it properly. But okay, that's a minor thing, I guess. Because we do have... Okay, let's go to start. So why do we have some of these things? Oh, wait. Oh, it wasn't messed up. I'm just a weirdo. And I said it this way for some reason. So parser cannot infer the type of S. Don't know why that's here. Yeah, for some reason also, even though addstat has a type here, it can't infer the type. But okay, that means that these are correct. Okay. Before you take control, let's use a note. Suppose that's close enough. It did not, however, do that. Okay. Something there crashed, and it was probably when we set the stat something else. Okay, well, I should probably call it a day. I do feel like I kind of just got started with this, but it does seem to properly... Actually, let's make sure that this loads. Oh, it didn't save. Let's at least check that loading and saving works. So we can do, like, save and exit. No, that didn't seem to work. Colon when doing that. Okay. Let's go to here. Emit saved, save background. So yeah, try. Catch. Exception E. Print error. E.to string. And then we'll return Godot error dot. What Godot errors do we have here? Can I look for this? Should be E for error. Or... No, I think it's an ABI. I think. Signal string transform. API types? Error? Okay, yeah. Let's just say failed. Okay. Oh wait, I haven't even built it yet. So let's try saving and exiting. And that also caused an error. Main.d, Windows exception, the file name, directory, or label is incorrect. Okay, because we've printed null there. Even though we should not have printed null there. Okay, so where did that cause issues at? Godot, stop doing that. I'm trying to read the thing. Okay, wenforce make string save manager, save background. So that's in, so at 323, we have this. So from save background, where is that being called? 204. And that should be here. If not S for an error could not convert path Godot path. To abs path has no return. Oh, and then we return oh, and then we return S. In fact, we don't even need this here. We can just have that. Okay. And then we come back into here. We run it again. We save it again. Save and exit. And now we should have a bit more information, I think. We don't have more information because there's no issue with the conversion. Let's print saving to, then. Oh yeah, because we literally do this here. So like when we save, BG. So if non-exist path, make directory path. So let's do print saving to path. Okay, once this at least is writing a file, I should call it a day. Okay. Saving to null, not correct. Save BG is somehow being called with this as null, even though this should not be null. Because if it's null, it should be printing an error. Yeah, because the conversion error here is fine. The file name, directory name, or volume label syntax is incorrect. And that's because we're doing null here. What if we just assert S? No, I don't want to do that. Let's assert S. Oh, wait, no. Path cannot save to a null path. Okay, and then let's try running this. And hopefully that doesn't crash, because I think assertions might be throwables, not exceptions. Okay, then when we exit tree, here, it should still be... Huh. Maybe it doesn't have debug? I don't understand how this warning isn't being printed unless this is just not reloading the project. And I need to dub build again. And then we bring this back. And then let's start it again. Okay, errors that we have here. Enter tree is our main one. And then we have all of our other stuff. Okay, and then we save and exit, but should do an assertion. It doesn't do the assertion. And it doesn't print an error here either. Oh, because it's literally a string. It's literally a string null in brackets. Hang on. Godot. Globalized path. Null. So project settings globalized path is not working there. To get the executable path, use os.get executable path with exported games. Project settings globalized path works while in the editor, but it may not give you the correct path depending on the system and how it's configured when exported. So it's not supposed to work in exported games? What the fuck? I think we need to investigate why this doesn't work. It is kind of important that parsing a path with user res and it actually results in returning a full path on disks. Yeah. So this is 4 years old, probably not fixed, I'm assuming? So the assert appears to pass, but the directory doesn't appear. Oh, cool, thank you. So they closed it by just documenting it. I'm pretty sure. Classic. Godot classic. Okay, shell open will pass on the path directly to the OS's shell handler. It can't handle Godot's specific paths. Okay, but does globalized path actually work now? So yeah, if path begins with user : get user directory. Very funny, Godot. And let's just print here. Print. Dot globalize path user autosave. Basically, wait, but no, that's complete nonsense. That's literally nonsense. It works. I know it works because we loaded the file. So save BG is somehow not working because save sync isn't working. Because save game isn't working? Oh, I bet I know what it is. It's because save game, if not path, path equals save path. Let's try that. And that should also be in save sync as well. Okay. Because we're calling save game manually, and because there's no default arguments anymore. On exit, null. So it's still calling it null. Hang on. Let's just print path. And then when we save BG, so we should have this, path equals autosave path. Oh wait, I didn't actually, I keep forgetting to actually rebuild. So autosave path is not a thing. Oh, it's autosave directory. Okay, because we have that, and if we don't have a path, then we do that. And then string path. Yeah, I'll say that's fine. No property of dot string for Godot string 213. What am I doing at 213 that's causing that? Huh? Let's go to 205. 205. So not path. Dot length. No property string. Oh, I guess it's like an op bool. Okay. Hopefully that works. Saving to null. That's not correct, Godot. You know what? Let's just go to the fucking save. Or let's go to main 2D. Save. So like quit. Actually, we can save sync. Auto save. Directory. And now it should save. Because basically, I was calling it with null. Oh, now it's not working. Okay, but we do have this. Okay. Now it's actually working. Kind of. So now all we need to do is make sure that this all works. So we got version, I that, I this, that. Okay. So now if we project or scene, no, if we just start it up, will it load properly? No errors, and then we save again. Wait, what the heck is? There's like extra slashes here. Oh, I see. It's escaping the Okay, it was escaping these forward slashes, which isn't strictly necessary, but it doesn't seem harmful. Okay. So now we can do a round trip from one scene to another scene. Oh, wait.
git add dot git commit. We can finally save. Okay, and that will be it for today. I hope I've done enough. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow for probably more Kitty Found a Camera. I think I'm going to do At the Ends of Eras just once every week or so to sort of brainstorm through all of the, like, systems that I need for the game. Because we also need a lot more design of, like, the quests and the narrative and the vibe and stuff like that. But I'll do a little bit of development each time as well. But okay, thanks for stopping by. See you later.